Good evening, everyone. Welcome, Freya. Sorry, XGen, that you won't be able to join us for the stream. Ha! Hang tidy, having a bad day on that one. Though that might point to a bug. Okay, we've got 6 people. Let's go with that for now. So, plan today is that SPIFlashProgrammer, we've kind of put off working on it for a month. Oh, fun. Enjoyed that, HexGen. Also, welcome, Lofty. So, I would like to work on SPIFlashProgrammer a bit tonight. We haven't done so in a bit too long. In the intervening time, among other things that I've done, I have finally set up Clang Tidy support, at least locally. We're actually going to go over the Clang Tidy file, which does a whole pile of stuff, and check that it's all sane and mess about with trying to make it better. Then that's given us some nice annotations, as we got like here, this loop is infinite. Well, is it actually? I don't think it is, but we've got to figure that one out. Yeah, so I guess without further ado, let's get into it. Start with looking at Clang Tidy. Because Clang Tidy is interesting. I also want to grab from libcontort, there's a Clang Tidy file there. Doesn't do as much in terms of these options down here, but which does deal with certain other things that we need to look at, like turning all of the LLVM warnings off, because those are hot garbage for us. Yeah! Welcome, Aki! Welcome, welcome! Cute. Okay, so this is... I did a thing with this, that's right. Rather than turning everything on, this only turns certain things on. So we turn on the bug-prone stuff, we turn on the security warning stuff, core guidelines, modernization, performance, readability, portability. Does that leave anything that I care about off? Yes, it does leave the diagnostic and analyzer stuff off. Fun times. So that's looking okay. Now there was a setting for Clang Tidy that Clang Analyzer specifically. I think it needs to go as a key value down here, so let's find out. Interesting, I have got the Clang Analyzer opted up there. Performance padding. I think that will do. Another thing we've got here is the header filter regex. Headers in this are all in common firmware and software. Welcome, Nedim Lycia? Nedim Lycia. Welcome to the stream. I am bad at pronouncing names. I'm sorry if that was a butchery of your name. See what that does. Oh yeah, and I also need to put in depths, substrate. Fair enough. So what I wonder if this is going to allow us, if I do Ninja Clang Tidy, what do we get? Wow, that gets angry at me, apparently. That's what we get. Huh. Welcome, Jiggly Girls. Welcome, Funker, rather. Ooh, you made a new client ID script? Ooh, excellent. Because the other thing I'm missing from this particular project right now, actually I should use console to go and grab it. Is I have a run clang tidy pie, which this is going to allow us to say only look in common firmware and software when doing the scanning. And then this gets integrated with this into the Meson build system. Ooh. Thank you, Aki. I'll have a look at that in a moment. Sending me things in Telegram. So, this script takes a source directory, TACS, which we say is the Meson current source dir, which in the outermost part of the build system is wherever you cloned it to, and this is all double quote safe and all of that fun stuff. And then we do -p Meson current build dir to tell it where the build directory is. The project, as it were. That's why -p. Which we can just do client ID and yeah. A little less mad. It's still going to be very, very angry at me, but that's okay. I like how Aki's one deals with Clang Tidy being a non-standard path. That's nice. I should incorporate that. Anyway. Oh. Welcome back, Rob. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I am poking about in the Meson build system for my project, adding in the necessary support for Clang Tidy, because being able to see where all the problems are in your code is nice. For now, I will commit the new Clang Tidy files. Ah! Thank you, Freya. So Meson build system, yeah. Well, you're welcome. Added Clang Tidy support to the project and build system. So, without any further ado on the actual bug itself, and the reason why... Ooh! That sounds good, Aki, thank you for that. So, Clang Tidy doesn't know about variable initializations done this way yet, which is cute. So that's going to cause us warnings all over the place. However, bug prone branch, interesting. No, that shouldn't be. And these are non-const, which is making it angry, which is whatever. Anyway. Yeah, yes. I see what you did there, Freya. I see what you did there. Let us launch USB. And how do I invoke this thing again? I haven't done this in a little too long. So if we do list devices, yeah, there's our existing device, which is plugged in through the analyzer, which we should have seen the traffic for. Yep. So we've got the tell me about yourself, which it responds with I've got 2 flash chips attached internally and 0 externally, and then says okay, tell me about the 2 internal ones, which there's a packet missing here, but it sends us these descriptor strings which translate into these. And if we do list list 0, no. Did I manage to break list? I might have. Anyway, remember it was read. Let's say we want chip 0 to flash.bin, and we get this error overflow. And that also puts the device into a weird bad state. So there should be the 2 and 4 packets here. Let's check that. So in the PC software, we grab out the chip and the file, we claim the device, we open the file, so we should now have a file plopped. There it is. We should then see... chip info, which... No, not that one. That's the bad file. Okay, so 2 is target device, 4 is read. Yeah, target device, setting up where the target device, which target device to use. Which, for some reason, is a 1 byte transfer. Oh no, that's the answer. Sorry, the request was 3 bytes, 020000, which does correspond to internal chip number 0, which is what we asked for on the command line here. We then have reading chip. We set up some variables, we set up the loop to do the reads. We write that we want to do a read on the device, which if we look down here, sends the read request and the page number. The page number is set to 0 because this is the first page, which writes 4 bytes out, which we do see, and then we should be reading a response, but we don't. So software /prog read 0 flash bin, and then on the other side let us do some on GDB. Also, I now have a custom GDB prompt. Aki and I worked on this earlier today, figuring out like how do we figure out what the current thread is, what the current stack frame is, and put all that information on the line. So that's nice. Oh, I should also have told it where the firmware is. There we go. So if we do target extended remote dev TTY Blackmagic probe. Yes, Blackmagic probe GDB. And if we do a monitor scan attached to target 1, load the firmware, breakpoint in I think I want line 159, sorry, yeah, 159 here. So if we run this, cool. I have no idea what the timeout is, but I really don't care too much right now. Ooh, I just thought of something that we should do. I should use the inbuilt debugger to be able to have... Anyway, I'll set that up in a moment. So, if we look at the request... sorry, read request. Yep, that's exactly as it should be. Incomplete type? Why would that... Oh, because I'm using stood byte, okay. How to make this work? Let's print as hexadecimal 64 bytes at the address WAP. Is that not how you do it? GDB examine memory, because we're actually wanting to use the examine command here. Use the X command to examine memory, not the P command. Bytes. Oh, 64, that's the repeat count. XB. There we go. Oh, why is... Oh, yeah, that would be all X. That's correct. Because we're reading an erased chip, so... So the endpoint is now configured with the response buffer, and then correct transfer count. Hi Obliterus, welcome. Oh, I put this in the device driver, didn't I? This is calling into the device driver. Oh no, core driver. USB core. Here we go. So if we look at the endpoint, it's status control L. Oh, have a bug. And it should be bit 1 that we're looking for, which is 0, so... Welcome JK Ivy. I think that's still knacking away. So we write the endpoint. Yeah, clear 2, clear 1. Or Well, I'm glad you got vaccinated, even if it does end up hurting. Not clear, sorry, delete 1 and 2. I have to delete the breakpoints. Apparently I can't interact with that now. That's intriguing. But... Faceless in transfers. That's very curious. Welcome, Keithley. I have to restart Open Vizsla now. Which it did not like. So, what we can do, we create a launch JSON for GDB, and this is build and debug active file, sure. Abort. That wasn't what I wanted to do, but it got me a default config. Okay. So... debug firmware. Oh, I see. Request type is launch. That's the text for it. This, there we go. So the program is workspace dir. No, hang on. That workspace dir. Workspace folder. Build firmware SPIFlashProgrammer.elf, which we have no arguments. Stop at entry, no. That's fine. That is not debugger path. That's the debugger path. We don't need a pre-launch task. Well, no, I guess we could. Build firmware. This is... Oh, is that... That's a different configuration file, isn't it? Enable pretty printing. Yeah. And I also need to ask it to run a script when it runs. Okay, that's more effort than it's worth to me right now. So we're getting the right answers out of this. There was a bug in write EP busy, so let's see if now that I've fixed that, does it fix the problem that we were hitting? Because Clang Tidy is thinking this is infinite, which it is not. Byte count is well-bounded and well-defined, but get cranky. Oh. Plus if I actually tell it where my black magic probe is. Let's just try running that and seeing what happens. Oh, hey! It's doing things. Holy moly. Was that really a one-line bug? It looks like. This is gonna take a moment. Because it's reading at 64 bytes at a time, and it's quite a large flash. Very googly moogly. I'm going to abort the C++ program because, yeah, it's a lot of package capture and packet capture rather, and not sure where it got to in the process of reading everything out. We've got to decode that to figure that one out, but yes. So, in that case, so we write our request for the given page. What's page count? Try that. Page count pages. Make it a string view. Just reprogram the device. And I'll restart USB because that's a lot of packets. So that's a lot of pages. interesting how it keeps sending that. But there's the data, there's 64 Fs, except for let's see if we can make this so that it's a little less obnoxious. If page and do once every 16 pages, let's say. We put a dot out. So that'll reduce the number of dots we write. That's a lot of steel. I'm just realizing how really useful right now it would be if I had the Python progress bar maker thing. Did we try and port that to C++? Because I could do with an easy progress bar right now. Because it's a whole thing. I've just rewritten, or rather rebuilt the program. Oh, right, I will need to restart firmware, because the firmware will be in a bad state. Yeah, okay, point taken. I want to see if this actually does even finish. Now, how big a chip are we looking at? We are looking at, what's that in bytes? Rather not in bytes, in, that's 8 megabytes. 3 megabytes read so far. Okay. There's a particular one that's done in Python that produces these really, really nice progress bars that fit on the line and Yeah, it's nice. I'm gonna go and find that in a moment, and I'm gonna port it. But before I do, yeah, TQDM. Thank you. There's a good reminder as to what the name of it is. Before I do, I need to fix a bug in right EP busy, and fixed signed unsigned comparison. So yeah, let's find TQDM on my system, which will be in user lib64 python 3.9 site packages. Oh boy, I'll have a look in a moment there. TQDM. There's a lot of parts to that. I wasn't expecting quite so much code. So I'm finding out. Oh hey, it completed. And we have an 8 megabyte file. Hey, that's good. Oh, USB does not like this kind of quantity of data. So we've got interesting. So that's the request for the data. We then get I'm not quite sure what. There should be the data itself. And then no, VUSB is actually really well written internally. It's just that it's got bugs, which I want to fix. But I do not want to change the stream into, okay, so we're going to rewrite parts of USB and put the stuff upstream. But it might have to be that we do that, now that we've got reading working. Okay, so that uses a lot of count, which we're not using here, we're using Substrate Console. And I don't know how to convert this into a percentage. That's the nice thing with the way that TQDM works, is you give it the absolute... Like, I can just give it page count and then update with page, and it will calculate all the percentages and everything for me. So... Where's Trawler? Because that uses TQDM. Docs, Trawler. it's... doing it performantly is not quite so simple. Ah, there we go. So there's a type in here called TQDM. Ah, from std import TQDM. So if we look in std, yeah, it's this total in, and then bar dot set description bar update by step of 1. I know that Trawler's usage of it is kind of advanced and complicated, so... Oh, I thought the, doing the whole setting the description part was actually more complicated than normal. I guess not. Okay, the Xilinx adapter. So with TQDM, make a TQDM as bar, do the thing that needs the progress bar. I think in this case then I'm going to add another type. Wow, that sees the entire document library as untracked changes. I'm going to add another file into the software side of things, which will be dedicated to progress bars. PlanetID is going to say that that's a reserved identifier, which is not true, but sure. So we want that, I think, to create a progress bar. So if we add as a constructor, well, private, stood size t count and total. No, I'll put the count before the total, yeah. Oh, size t is in c_def, not int. For reasons. We do, instead of .update, we could do operator plus equals and then also have an update function that does that too. So actually, sorry, this would be operator plus plus. Which we then have no, I was right. Yeah, we want a couple of different operators here. We want operator plus plus, we want operator plus equals, and we also want update. Operator plus equals can be implemented as return plus plus star this, which calls this thing. Void update. No, sorry, I've got these the wrong way up. Constant size t amount. Oh, right. PlanetID will actually complain about this const because it's not necessary. Because that's only a declaration, not a definition. Expected a declaration? That's weird. So in progress CXX here, we need to implement this. Which for the moment, return star this, having updated count with amount. also need to add the licensing. And we also need to add this to the build system. I think this is going to serve as the description for the bar, and we'll use the info function to continually rewrite the line inside the formatter. So TQDM's Dunder init, what does that actually do? Oh my goodness. That's a lot of things that it supports customization of. So we have total, that'll default to true, that'll default to false. So this is none. Because this is whether or not to use Unicode. We will assume that's always Unicode. File, well, the thing it's going to write to is std error. Well, in our case, it'll be substrate console. Which we'll pull into scope. If disable is none and has attribute is a TTY and not is a TTY. Disable true. Well, oh, this is to deal with like if you're trying to write out to a file. Does console actually expose is a TTY? Not at the moment. That might be a defect in substrate. We might actually have to change and fix that. Total is none. Well, that's not true. And cols will be none, as will n rows. So this is a utility of some sort. Ah, that's why it won't do that. It doesn't quite know where it is. Return a function which returns console dimensions. Okay, so this is using termios. Pun. This actually wants to be above substrate. So I'm gonna move the constructor into the impl. Specifically because we need to be able to pull stuff from termios here. Right, that one even. We're not in Python. So this is TIO SG win size Z. It was TC get Atra probably. Oh. This is using an IOCTL to go and pull TIOCG win size from the file descriptor directly. Well, I guess we can go and look up what that actually does. So this is a TTY IOCTL. And get and set the window size. Get the window size. It gives us a win size struct. And this is not equivalent to any lower level instructions. Oh, sorry, not lower level, any of the wrappers. So we have to use the IOCTL directly. Oh, that doesn't give us direct access to the stood out file though. That's Clang Tidy complaining. Ah, come on. So that's somewhere to put the result of this call, and then we want to update rows with result.ws row and calls with result.ws call. So that leaves me going, why is stood out file now not defined? Is it file no stood out? No, it is stood out file no. Oh, those are in uni STD, that's why. So we're down to here, min iterations 0, dynamic miniters true. Well, that's probably true by, they'll probably all get set up by default. Yeah, miniters of none. Bar format of none. Smoothing is none. Probably isn't actually by default. Smoothing 0.3. And then setting a whole pile of settings up on the structure. That's an object in this Python file. Fun. Exponential moving average. Do I want to call that inner or internal? I think I want internal. Welcome, Steffi. Hi, hi. Ah. Well, welcome. So we want to define single slash is integer divided in Python 3, right? Beta is 1 minus alpha. Take care of it. Oh, single slash in Python is integer divide, is it not? 0.7. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's floating point divide. Slash slash is integer. Thank you. Some might say, Aki, that is not enough Python. Do more. But I know how you feel. That shouldn't be naming a this 2k line. Well, I mean, that's light, isn't it, on the Python side? Why is that? That's operator. Oh, I'm missing a pair of brackets. That's why. Operator call. There we go. Std optional float x equals std null opt if x last is alpha multiplied by x star x because of how it works plus beta times last. So that's actually really star equals. Well, you see, sometimes my wife likes to punish herself and refuses to do these kinds of smart things, even though she's smart enough to know that she should. because that does need a semicolon. Flying Tidy's got itself in a twist. Undeclared use of power. That's in CMath. I think. Why is that saying that there should be a semicolon? That... No, I'm assigning to last the result of this expression, which... Well, it would also help if I put a semicolon there. Oh, it's complaining about this line. Okay. Not clear. There we go. Make sure that that is actually the correct overload. Turns x to the power of y. No, to the y. Is returning x to the y power the same as returning x to the power of y? The wording that that this uses in its help text is unhelpful. I guess this is one for the go look it up. Common maths functions. How? X to the y. Yeah, okay. So it's just written really dumbly. Base to the exponential, which matches the Python syntax, beta to the power of calls, which for us is that. Oh, wrong window. That's fair. Sleep well, Freya. Take care. So that builds, that's nice. We can now use EMAT for some additional members that we need down here. So we've got a float smoothing, which defaults to 0.3, a MAT, MADN of smoothing. There's also the T and min-itters, which min-itters by default is none. 0. I'm going to ignore min-itters entirely. We're just going to treat it as not existing, and if I need that thing, then I need that thing and I can put it back. Postfix of none. We aren't in nested progress bars. And TQDM is installed system-wide. Why would you not find... Oh. Because I can't spell. So that's what it initially looks like. And then if we do while bar dot n, I guess. So n is set to initial. Yeah, okay, so works basically how I thought, save for that being way too fast that we didn't actually get to see the individual updates. Oh. Which module is sleep defined in? Probably OS. No, time. That was a lot more time than I wanted between each sleep. And I forgot to put the update in. Okay. Why is that returning true like that? Is this something to do with how sleep works? Anyway, distracting myself. So we don't want any of this stuff on the end here. I don't want any of the status countery stuff. What do I need to disable in TQDM to have that work? Oh, I should also set a prefix. We'll put it the first parameter to the constructor. Welcome back. Total has to be initialized before prefix. Ooh, that sounds tasty. Oh, I called that prefix, it's actually called description in TQDM. So that works how we want it to, save for it returning true every line. But we're still getting stuff on the end of the line, which is not what I want. Unit device of postfix. Okay, this is weird. I don't understand this. What on earth does bar format actually expect me to pass? In order to be able to change what is called R-bar. I'm looking at the TQDM documentation real quick. But what is the whole thing? I'm not Oh, as in like this is the string that would be that default specifies with when this is none, and that you can't actually change R bar at all. Well, yeah, but like I was hoping I could change R bar so I didn't have to change anything else. I guess that can be done then. So that would be that, I think. Yeah, that worked. Though I don't, again with sleep, making a print to the console that we don't want. Okay. So if not GUI, which should be true by default because GUI is false by default. Status printer. Return print status. So that calls this function. Okay, so that ends up being the type and how to do, the type for how to do, printing. So if we do, print status, also, I think I'm working inside namespaces everywhere else except this. So, let me just check. Kind of. Oh no, okay, we aren't actually working in namespaces in this program for the most part. That's naughty of me. Anyway, this would end up being console.info that, followed by status as a string view. Right, that doesn't need to be const out there. It's const in here. And then that is followed by padding. That's the SP member. So this ends up being used as a how do you describe it? Python has this really funky term for what this type is being used as when used in a with statement. And I've forgotten what the word is. Context manager. There we go. There's only 2 places where that's used. Interesting. And n equals 1 is normally implied. That makes sense, actually. If n less than 0. Yeah. Anyway, we have that line. That's that. What does T close do? Okay, that cleans everything up. Which is the end of the, that's the final action of the yeah, there's enter. Here we go. So there's how enter works. That's how the with block works, and then this is the end with happens automatically called self close. So that makes sense. Should actually make that a public function, not a private one. Oh, there's other ones. Do you have no accept on them automatically already? There should be no accept. Make sure that we close. We call close when we're distracted, even if we've already done the honors. And then, okay, so there is a need for disable. Then how on earth does update work? Oh, this is the thing returning true. Okay. Okay, so this is just the time call, the time system call. Interesting. I don't need to display the time. Do I? Okay, so I need a last n, so a last count. Ooh, right. This actually should be called something better. Delta count will do quite nicely, because it's the difference between the current count and the last count. That should be EMAT, yes. So it should have called operator call, EMADN. Why is that a type error? EMAT does not name it. Oh. Haha. That's why. Okay, that's now happy. I actually probably do need the time part. I'll come back to that though. Refresh. What does refresh do? Lots of stuff to do with locks. But the main thing is it calls display. So actually we'll replace that call with display. This is the part that calculates so this is doing layout. And then it calls the print status function. Excellent. pos of none. What is self.pos? Get free pause. Ah. Oh, this is to do with like vertical positioning. Okay. Format meter. Lots of indirection. Our display will be this. There we go. If total and n greater than max total, what? Stop. Actually, I can put that straight in there. So bar format says L bar, bar, R bar. L bar here is the description, that's our prefix, followed by colon space, followed by the percentage of the bar utilization formatted as a hard right aligned float with 1 decimal place, is that? No, no decimal places. There's stuff to do with the rate, prefix, how do I calculate the percentage? I know how to calculate percentages, but I'm trying to think, how does it calculate the percentages? Because that should be coming in as percentage, there we go. So what I'm doing here is I'm converting the count that we hold on our type into a float so that this is a floating point division, divide it by total, store the result, multiply up by 100 to make it into a percentage, and then we need to figure out how to format that. I also have just noticed that this won't compile right at this moment because I need to include string view, and I need to do a using namespace stirred literals string view literals. That puts SV here into scope. Ooh, actually, that should be the, include for string view should be out in the header. There, so that this is properly defined. And clang tidy is cranky because I'm not telling it how to move or otherwise work with this thing. It doesn't make any sense to be able to copy progress bars. But it does make sense to move them. Wrong side of the bracket. So how to do friggin' fractional formatting. Does anybody remember which version of C++ introduced the 2 chars for floats? Was that 20 or was that 17? And does anything implement it yet? Since C++ 17, in theory we can use it. But I think this is for like perfect floating point representation, right? It's not for... Yeah. Hello, precision, return, 5, same as 4, except the precision is specified, Yeah, this might well be what we're after. It's not toString, because that doesn't allow you to say no more than a fixed number of... value is so this is in charconf. The can I pre-allocate a certain number of characters into a string by just passing a number? I think I can. Size TN. Oh, right, yes. So this is stood, Charles, format, fixed. Add a precision of 3. I think. Oh no, sorry, of 0, because this is a fill amount. Then this is a precision. Oh, this isn't implemented yet, is it? Oh. I might have to use something like printf just because I hate this. I wanted to do this the nice way. I guess we can just use smprintf for now. That'll be fine, but I don't like it. Because we can then do the same format string as the Python has. The max length is %.size. Oh. %.data. That. frac times 100. That's the L-bar part of the display. What is the bar? That's an entire subclass just for formatting bar itself in. And then we want as our R end just pipe space. Actually, I think I'm just going to put another pipe on the end, just because. Is the maximum of either 1 or the number of columns minus so that's our cols minus bar dot size plus 1, because that needs to take into account this end part. And the way I'm going to work this is we're going to return a stood string from a special operator that we'll write in a moment. In a moment is now. So struct bar t final. We have float fraction, which we don't actually need to initialize there because we're going to do non-default initialization things, and stood size t length As we're not using color, I can ignore all of that. We can instead Hey Amy, welcome, welcome. We're trying to make it so that output from the program isn't total garbage, because at the moment that's the output. And I'm having to custom implement progress bar stuff based on TQDM. Well, I say having. It seems like the most obvious way to do it, given how we get nice progress bars like these. Which just makes sense to me that that's how we should make our progress bars look. So we need to return a stood string it will rewrite it, don't worry, yes. Operator, stood string, constant accept. I need string. Bar format equals format bar. Bar. And then we print status bar. Make that unsigned so that the output from that's unsigned. I know what the function is, but what parameters is it getting? Oh, okay. There we go. Just need to make a few more unsigned, and then that's happy. What is this doing and how? How is this doing what it's doing? Is there a no, of course there isn't. F div? Is that what it? No. fraction times length times n sims. N sims. So, if I remember correctly, ldivt here, yeah, quotient remainder. This is div mod in Python. Quotient is the x divided by, integer divided by y, and remainder is x modulo y. It's unhappy because it doesn't know what nsims is, but I need to know what charset is then, I guess. So charset... Oh, okay. That's doing some really clever stuff. And that is what we pass in as the character set. Let's make this a const express static charset is well, stood string view of... Oh, I don't need to do it that way. I can do that by user defined literal, that. What is... Oh, that's in the utilities. Oh, we want this to be encoded as character, as code points, not as utif8. How do I ask C++ to automatically encode this correctly? There is a way. This is under string literals, isn't it? Not under the language string literals. Capital U is this? 5. utif32 encoded string literal. Yes. So this is capital U, and then we can then do f to 2587 with a step of -1. Okay, that's not too bad. So what we can do here is we can do slash u 258f slash u 258e, etc. and just work our way down, and this will encode all the characters we need. That's... yeah. Then 9, 8, 7. Why is that in error? Oh, because I forgot to say auto. Hey, and it's encoded them correctly. What do you know? Oh, except we actually don't need that last one. That last one is wrong. So nsims is actually charset dot length -1. And we want to oh, this is going to need to be a I'm going to have to do UTF-32 to UTF-8 encoding to make this work. The intermediary string type here is going to need to be a string 32, I think it's called? Sorry, U32 string, there we go. That allows us to, for a number, which is in our case bar length, repeat a character, which will be the end of charset. Which I think that does the trick. Yeah, there's it can't figure out which of those 3 different versions we're after. Let us assume that we want int64t going in here. And this needs to be size t for reasons. This Max is still complaining. I've just tried to run a compile and haha, nope. That needs to be those brackets. Narrowing string conversion. Well, that shouldn't be trying to convert to that. For some reason, it's trying to call a version of the constructor that would normally take a char32 in that spot, but I want it to take the size t. That's not an underscore t, is it? Where is it? Oh, it is. Okay. Not that that did anything. Sometimes C++ can be a little bit weird. So the exact constructor I'm trying to use takes a count followed by a thing to repeat when constructing the new string. So it is this version here. There we go. So what we're trying to aim it to do is taking a size t and the underlying character type, repeat the character C n times. That's what I'm aiming to ask it to do here, because that is the same as what Python is doing here with this star, which is a sneaky repetition operation of whatever is at the last element of char set bar length times. What? I'm trying to work out how this actually works. So, if the bar length is less than... Oh, this is whether to consider the fractional part. I'm going to actually call that fractional bar index, because that makes a bit more sense in the context. And then we can then do another U32 string, and this one is length minus bar length -1 and we want the space character at the very front of the char set. That one seems to be fine. That one seems to actually want to do what I'm asking it to do. Because Max is being annoying, I'm going to say, you're a stud size T, that's what I'm manipulating. Oh, and now it compiles. Wow. So what I'm gonna do oh, I've got to still do the close function, that's right. There's still some warnings coming out from this to do with these U32 strings, and I haven't actually done the U2Fate encoding yet. Which, I wonder if there is an automated function for U2Fate encoding a U32 string U2Fate encode U32 string. Oh, that probably is what I want. I'm gonna commit crimes and sins. That's fine. So we want a stirred code CVT that takes in char 32, spits out char, and uses a multi-byte state. We then want, with our state, So this is a base type. We then have a specialization, another specialization, another specialization, which is marked virtual. Is this a standard thing? Is that how I'm actually supposed to get it? Following standard locale independent specializations are provided by the standard library. Okay. Code CPT by name. This is not well documented. Code CPT close. So this is conversion. Oh, either to or from. Does this work with strings in memory? It's using from bytes. Oh, you're kidding. They don't have conversion from char 32 to char 8. That's not provided. It seems. Like, I can specify, like, the style of conversion I want, but there isn't a actual function to do it inbuilt. Oh no, here we go. W-string convert. This is in locale. Does that work? Kind of. It is actually initialized, and this should be taking. This should be type 3 here. A wide string ref. Well, I can do it a different way, which is to do begin, result, end. Because that is defined for this, or it should be. Only string convert. Std string. Conf1 2 bytes. Wide string. Which is not strictly what I'm doing, but it's as close as I seem to be able to get. I'm guessing this also has a 2 bytes, so okay, we'll try CPT Utifate. Which, we're working with char 32Ts. Std has no member named that. It does now. Oh, come on. Seriously? If only it was this simple. Oh, I bet I can actually make this work if I change that to char 32. And I think I can then get rid of that. Yes. Hey, it works. Error virtual std code CPT is protected within this context. This is nasty. Like, what kind of a mess of hatred has the standards committee managed to commit here? Because this is just... this is bad. I can see why people complain about C++'s built-in code conversion utilities. I usually use my own, but I'm trying not to use them in this case, because I don't have anything written to go from stirred U32 string. And I would like this to have the least number of dependencies possible. So this would be the function I need. But this is really horrible. Not actually W, it's C32 R2 multi-byte? Is that the one I want? But so U32 character to its narrow multi-byte representation. I mean, that could work if I have to accumulate the converted bytes or something. This is... yeah. For some reason they're showing this from bytes, which doesn't actually exist on the outside? I don't know, is that what I'm supposed to say? Is that gonna do the right thing? That needs code CPT again. That's... hey! It builds! Oh my god, that was painful. That, folks, apparently is how you do multi-byte conversion in C++, and it is so terribly documented that... ah! Hello BitSynth, welcome to the stream. I have just been going crazy for the last, hour, trying to figure out how I encode, it's probably actually more like half an hour, trying to figure out how I encode a U32 string as a UTF-8 stud string. Because, yes. We're getting close though to being able to run this again and see if I've broken anything and how this progress bar looks. The next thing I need is to implement the rest of close there. So, we've done disable. We don't have position as such. Fair enough, BitSynth. So this project is a... It's a little tool I have sat on my desk, which allows you to talk to SPIFlash chips, has a couple on board, and we're currently building the firmware and the interface tool for it. At the moment, however, the interface tool, this was all testing, sorry, produces output that looks a bit like this, which it's not friendly. What I'm trying to do right now, what this is trying to do, is convert this into a nice progress bar that looks a bit like this. But we've had to do it all from scratch, and I've been porting it, TQDM, a Python module, over into C++, which has been an interesting experience. So we can do thanks, Obliterus. Console.writeLn, because that's what this is trying to do. That might be it, actually. That might... I'm glad you enjoyed my Twitter profile. I don't use Twitter nearly as much as I should. I've been more active on Freddy recently. Bar length less than... length. Line 62. This is complaining about signed-unsigned conversions. Which is not unsurprising. Right. Let us see if that worked. No. Whoops. Oh. What mode is the project in at the moment? Meson configure to the rescue. It is in debug mode. Excellent. Now, I was trying to set GDB stuff up earlier, and what I think I'm going to do is name debug flash prog. Type is a CPP DBG. Request it to launch. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. The program to launch is build software flash prog. CWD needs to be that. Arguments will need to be read 0 and flash.bin. We then don't need stop at entry. We don't need any special environment stuff. That will do for setup commands. And GDB will be user bin GDB. I can't spell. And what I can then do is we can set a breakpoint. We can set a breakpoint here. We can set a breakpoint here, and then another one here. So, page counts as expected. Count 0, last count 0, total that, graphics. I can get rid of the EMADT because I'm not using that. We then have the bar currently says reading chip. We calculate our fraction, which is very tiny. It is... Oh, interesting. That's wrong. That is supposed to have put out 4 0 bytes into the string percentage. So if we print percentage, really? I want to see inside that. Fine, we'll do this the other way. So we are trying to index into charset here, and we've got multiple different characters in that character set, which are all of the characters that are available for making progress bar elements. And we need to accumulate them to make the actual progress bar. Rather than potentially, well, very likely, accidentally slicing in the middle of a UTF-8. Oh, I could use a, ooh. You make a valid point. Why am I not using a stud array for this? I should. Oh, I see what you mean. Aki's smart. Yeah. Yeah. I'll change it over to that in a moment. You are. Just because you wrote 2k lines of Python in one file, note, the thing on the right hand side here is a 2k line Python file in TQDM, doesn't mean you're not smart. So I want FlashProg6x line 225, break progress CXX line 74 and 58. It's only 2 bytes big, which is not big enough. That's the problem I've hit. So why is this not constructing a large enough string? I mean, I guess there's another way to do this, which is to make this a stud array of char 5 bytes long percentage, and then we can then do that. Because this should null terminate it. Oh, and apparently I managed to make a label there rather than use double colon syntax because I'm good at this. Not. So you're suggesting const expr static auto char set is substrate make array stud string view decal type of U8 double quotes is char star, whereas if I do this I get to keep the length information, which makes appending these much cheaper. Which I need to make sure I tell it that I want the UTF-8 encoded thing. Close round brackets, close squirrely braces. Yeah. See, this is outputting a char star. And that means we don't have to go through this. This can just be a stood string result. Which is the version of the stood string constructor I now need? String, no, it's just string, isn't it? Because there we go, string library. If we look in the constructors, we want this version here. So we now have to say char set back 0 bar length times and then again char set 0 that. In fact, I actually have a funny feeling I still need to say stood size t here, but and then return result, which allows us to get rid of all of that. Oh, excellent. That's got us exactly one warning now, rather than multiple warnings. It does not like this. Narrowing conversion. Oh, that's fixed that. Strictly speaking, I should actually make that 0U, because 0 is signed. Not that it was giving me a warning for it, but it should have been. That kind of worked. I'm just gonna let that spin. Print status. What is print status doing again? Console info. Oh, I have to take the word inf and how it's formatted into account. That comes out of the number of columns available. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 columns that we lose to that. Also, it feels like Falls is set wrong. Let's set some breakpoints up ready for the next iteration. Because I want to inspect how this bar is actually being built and what ends up happening. Because I think console info... Yeah, it should always print the word inf like that. And then it uses the internal right call. So this should have worked. So yeah, this will be this, and then any additional fallout from that mistake. Oh, nice. We got a nice time elapsed and everything. I'm gonna close trawler before I go further. Close repo. There we go. So if we now try that, what do we get? Result says 0 and 0. Oh. Oh. That's interesting. I'm just trying to think on how on earth does this end up actually working then. I can get lines. Oh, it's columns. There we go. Which that should automatically have adjusted. It didn't. Interesting. So we now get to revisit the code that this is using for setting up the initial size of the console. Yeah, sig winch, indeed. Which we might as well hook, because we can do update window size and cha-cha. Which... how am I doing this in the other project? I think that's intentional, Steffi. Yeah, the winch thing though is the more reliable one, I believe. Yes, window change. Sig window change. Screen.cxx, that's what I'm using over in this side of things. There's how you do it. Struct sig action action.sa flags is sa restart. Oh, I need to include a header for this. Anyway. I think this could be considered a naughty thing, really. So this is action.sa handler is sig winch handler. Oh. Yeah. So the general form of an interrupt handler is void, name of the interrupt handler, and then a parameter which is actually the signal number, which we can just ignore. I also need a progress bar t current progress bar which defaults to a null footer. We set it to this, and then on close we can then set it back to null footer. A little naughty, but it's fine. If current progress bar update window size, and we'll make that public so that that actually works. Because otherwise that will balk. And then the last thing I need is C signal. Go. So that builds cleanly. That's awesome. And cursed, but awesome. So what I've done here, by the way, with the sig action is that this tells the kernel if the system call that was interrupted by the signal is resumable, or restartable rather, do so when the signal handler returns. The other thing that this does is it means that the signal handler becomes permanently installed, which is perfectly fine. We don't need it to become deinstalled during the runtime of the program, so. Now, the thing I'm wondering... Did this IOCTL fail? Is that the reason why I've got the problem I've got? I think the only way to know is if I do if IOCTL less than 0, else that. And if it's less than 0, then we are going to have to do the whole pulling the environment variables to figure it out. So this was the screen shape wrapper in here. This one. How to do this such that it doesn't hurt. There's a conversions header that we have, which is about to come in very, very handy. Substrate to int t. And rows and cols are size t's. So split size t. So what I'm doing is I'm going to just grab both environment variables, and if they are both not null, then we will put them through the integer conversion routine, otherwise we will just ignore them. And it's really that simple. That's how easy Substrate makes integer conversion. The IOCTL returned not 0, but we are still there. Ah, that's weird. Why is... That's just cute. Cols is set to a very big number now. Why is that? Oh, because I subtract 7, that's why. Let's put those the right way around. Let us manually set that to the right number. So if we do 207, so it's 200. Current bar size is going to be it would be really handy if I could see what length was. Value optimized out. This isn't an optimized build. And I'm gonna skip that song. Interesting that that apparently still got optimized very heavily despite where we are in the code base. That's cols minus bar dot size +1. So it should be that width now. It is not, but that looks better? Question mark? Oh, would help as well if I took that out. That'll be messing things up in some very fun ways. I didn't adapt this fully, that's part of why this is having problems. Bar display, bar close. There we go. It's still misbehaving. Okay, that's very weird. The information I need is currently locked in this type here. I need to know what stud div is giving me. It should be in full debug. If I look at the configuration, build type, debug. And oh, optimization G. Ah. Well caught, dear. Well caught. I need that. Was it 205? Oh, 207. I'm just going to manually change the columns here to 207. Because I'm not interested in trying to debug that right now. I want to debug the other part of the bar drawing that is wrong. Perfect. Okay, we have a length, a very, very tiny fraction, 8 character set symbols, which results in a bar length of 0 and a fractional bar index of 4. Interesting. Which Python, that's that was Moldiv, right? Format dict display. Dunder format meter. Calls a 0. Do some weird things. Toolbar. Bar. There we go. Div mods. There we go. Oh! Is that... Yeah, no, diff mod is exactly what I thought it should be. Yeah, okay. No, but so if we do the diff mod of int 0.00355175781 multiplied by XB4, and that's 8. Yeah. Zero and 4. So we get an agreement there. That's good. So we then build a string bar length long, which those are the full bars. Bar length, shall set fractional bar index. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not really helping me any. Anyway, so we then add to this. Okay, so there's a little tiny bit of progress. B4 minus 0 minus 1 is that. I thought I actually should probably say stood string there, but yeah, because that's not adding the full amount of space that it should add. That's why it's being difficult. So if we now try running this, zero, 4, doop-a-doop. Double quote. Chance at 0 should be space. And then it's not adding enough spaces there. Why? And also interesting that it's still not printing as an info correctly. It could be that there's 1 and 0. Incomplete sequence. What? That's giving me an incomplete sequence. That's not how this is supposed to work. Char set back, because this is a stud array, will give me this entry, which is a complete sequence. I can only think I'm using stud string here wrong, which is entirely possible. Should be this one. Because we're in C++17 mode, or at least we should be in. Yep. Build stud C++17. And CPP stud C++17. This is variant 3. Variant 3 constructs the string with This isn't doing the repetitions thing. I'm gonna have to manually do the repetitions. So what would that look like? Stud string result for... Now, do we have the smart iteration types here? No. The substrate. Not yet. Okay, I'll have to write that later, but stud size t of I is less than bar length, cost plus I, result plus equals char setback, which is what that really fancy way of writing it should have done, which actually I'm gonna keep a copy of. Used to generate, huh? That's an algorithm, isn't it? Yes, use a stud algorithm where possible. Good piece of advice. Oh, I think I know what you're thinking there. Yes. Yeah. In that case... So we need to pass a number. The number needs to be... bar length multiplied by char set back size or I think length might actually be valid there. That allows us to do result.begin, result. And oh, but that won't deal with multi-byte properly because the generator needs to output a multi-byte sequence. For now I'm gonna do it the dumb way. I'll think on how to do it the smart way in a bit. Let's get this working first. Now, is that n curses or just straight curses? I'm sorry. At least I thought that was a good pun. Can you really blame me for trying? What happens now? It does nothing. Oh, that was just increasingly using more and more memory. Ooh. Mm-hmm. I think that might have been because I didn't reset the physical programmer. Nope. Ah, I should be going straight to reading chip. Is broken. That is notably using memory. Bloody hell. It ain't your fault, dear. More debug runs. That's all. Oh! I know why it's using tons of memory. When this goes negative, it don't go negative. Foul grind. Foul grind. Yeah, very chunk. Let's try that and let's see if that works. Yeah, maybe. That looks good. Abort, abort, thank you. Well, that's fun. I see. Oof, though, but it is. Yeah, I think this is worth that, because this is being a pain. Usually -1 indicates an error. Yeah, well that means we go into this block, but we don't. Oh, I'm trying to set the win size there. That's why this isn't fading and isn't giving me the info we want. Well, that was dumb. Oh, I didn't actually, whoopsie. I didn't rebuild. True. Hey, there's the value we want to see. IOCTLs are indeed suitably cursed. Yeah. Oh. Hello, let's Sergeant Obo Yais, I guess? Thanks for the follow, welcome to the stream. I am having a time. Let's try that again with this at the right console size. Well, fun. Every time we do this, by the way, I'm having to go and reprogram the poor Flash programmer. This is just bad. That would be the smart thing to do. That requires that I'm smart. It would. I'm not. No. Oh, smart is what you're asking me to be. You're not a dummy. No, you're not. We want to sleep for, let's say, 1 millisecond. And I happen to know that's chrono in thread that I've just asked it to pull in using namespace stirred literals, chrono literals. That gets me my ms suffix. I also need string view for the same kind of reason. It really is, yes. How many pages was it? It was, that was the count. I just happen to know that off the top of my head. That's bad. If we now add this to the build system, okay, that built. We now have a little test program that we can toy with. Let me quickly copy pasta this configuration down, and this is progress tests. There are no arguments. Debug progress test. I'm looking in the wrong file here. There we go. There's the breakpoint. That's what I was looking for. So bar length starts out as 0 along with fractional index 0 because of that display call at the start. So we just put a space on the front. Yeah, okay. Okay, that looks good. So we get a string view in, we do a console info. So that should have put the infographics out, which we haven't actually seen it do yet, weirdly. Oh, I know why not. Whoopsie. I forgot to tell console about the console. That. Yeah, that's just a bit of a big whoops. That explains why we didn't see anything happen. I now know why we're not getting the display of that. Okay, this is in the wrong order. We put the /r on after, not at the start. In fact, actually, console.writeLine /r null footer, and then that, so that we have the cursor at the end rather than at the front. So that fixes one problem. Ah, and that actually looks like it's the proper progress bar length and everything. We'd become desynchronized. This is the first iteration. That's way better. Hey, that's now formatted the proper way. File length, fractional length. I don't think I'm actually using the easing type here at all. Yeah, I'm not. Okay, we can clean some stuff up that we wrote earlier then. Like, we do not need EMA DT. Just don't. File length, fractional index. And then we build up to... Okay. Ah, I know why it's growing too fast. We're putting in the wrong number there. That should be the fraction, not the percentage, right? Yeah, self.frac. Frac. Which takes the fraction, not the... Yeah, okay. Oh. That's glorious. There's only one small error, and that's due to this. And I'm also going to put a little bit more delay in the loop, because that was really stressing Electron out. That's cool. Welcome back. I could. Electron needs to get over it. Well, yes, but you know, it didn't, so... there is actually one character missing here. Oh, a couple of them. Right? Yes, I can do spin in a bit. Now the question is this that leak spin? Sorry. It does, Amy, but it's not really like I get very much of a choice here. The only way I can improve this is if, as I build this, it is directly printed, which I'm actually going to do. So if we cancel that, now let's make this better. Let's make this more, you know. So if we do console right line there, it is dry because the only place where this code is run is display. So what we can do is we can do console write line that console.info prefix null put it there. In fact, that's null put that's prefix colon space string view instead of having to add that on the end, we can do make a string view of that. Ooh. I'll give that a poke in a moment then. That's complicated, Amy. It kind of sort of is, but I'm also going to extract some things. So we have a const expr static auto prefix separator, which is that and why I'm doing this will become clear in a moment. When I say const auto bar length is prefix dot size plus prefix separator dot size plus percentage dot size plus percentage separator dot size plus end separator dot size. So we now have percentage separator and end separator. End separator is that, and the percentage separator is that, and this all gets one U taken off from it to adjust for that. So it's the percentage separator. That's actually got to be a round bracket operation for reasons. It's not quite a fully atomic operation, but it's pretty darn close. Oh. I put those in the wrong one. Those need to go in here. Take care, Steffi. Sleep well. Oh, instead of putting those in the header, actually, let us put those here. There we go, because those are internal details to the progress bar implementation. Unused variable. Yeah, because that should be there. So if we make this into a string view, slam that in there. That's better. So we put the prefix out, we put the prefix separator out, we put the percentage out, we put the percentage separator out, we put the new progress bar that we've just built out, and then we put the end separator out. That almost worked. It didn't though. We've got string view, string view, string view, string view, string view, string view, and then I'll put a T. And I just noticed that display should be const. Oh, it's still calling the dumb function. Got it. That's why it was messing up. Let's get rid of that entirely. Hey, there we go. So this is producing... it's only producing 4 bytes, not 5. So we can drop that down a byte. That explains why we've got this space on the end like we do. There we go. So, let us actually try this on the real program again. Oh. I didn't... Oh no, that's SPIFlashProgrammer. Fix the fraction. Oh no, that is actually about right. It's filling the screen about the right speed. So Aki is suggesting that to make a spinny, which I think I want based on bar length here, that seems like that would be a reasonable thing to do. Or no. How do I want to make a bar spin work? Okay. Every step, you think? I guess. Yeah. Well, that was kind of where I was going with it in my mind, too. Yes. And in fact, that actually means that we can remove the -1 here. Because end separator will now be that. We then need the one for that. And that allows us to then add in a +1 there for the spinner. I think that's right. That looks so much better than the other way I was doing things. Oh my goodness. This was worth the pain. This also lets us put multiple spinners with different frame counts? Oh yeah, I see what you mean. This is going to be spinner step. How do I want to format that? About there. There we go. let's put the spinner up here. I think that's, yeah. Const extra, static auto, spinner, substrate, make array of stood string views. Then you were suggesting 283B. U8 283D. (283E). Is that consistent with how I did it? Yeah. Um, 2837. Oh, this song's great. I also get stuck in my head every time I hear it. And then U876, 28 rather. I want to see what the frickin' values are, you dumb. Oh, that's an interesting choice. I'm gonna let's see what that looks like. That could be quite interesting as a spinner animation. So spinner step is spinner indexed by the it's all good, dear. Spinners. Let's count modulo spinner.size, right? Oh, well, it works, but oh my goodness, doing it every frame is a little too much. If I do that, I think that'll be... It was going so fast you couldn't... Okay, that's now not enough. Yeah, that's... I mean, if I undo that change that made that do that, because I think it was wrong anyway. And watch down here. You can't tell. Yeah, it is very new. So if I do... that... that's too slow. I love how we say that at the same time. I'm trying to think how this is going to scale, because of course this is a very slow, but like... If we do it as something like count... This almost feels like this is where the whole used time stuff would kick in, actually. But if we do count... divided by 8 for now. Let's see what that gets us. I mean, that is visible now. So this is one possible animation. Let us... I want to just try different animations real quick. I'm gonna grab the other one that you suggested. Ooh. That could be an interesting one too. We don't need breakpoints now because we fixed the bugs. We're now just playing at this point before I reintegrate this all. That actually is quite effective. You're suggesting 5DC, 25DD, 25DE, 25DF. Okay, that's a choice. We'll build that and see. Kind of works. I want to define style 4, and I'm going to try the U8 25A0. Yeah, you're fine. I think, what I'd like to do is I'd like to see what happens if we use the line drawing characters. So if we go with, there's light horizontal at 2500. So it's going to be a slightly more traditional spinner. And this would be heavy horizontal. Actually, do I want... No, it's light vertical, sorry. And to get between those, we want to go through the forward-leaning one and then the backward-leaning one. So 1 and 7-2. Yeah. Thank you, Uplit. Take care. Oh, I got those backwards. That was spinning backwards. There we go. So I think that's 4 nice different styles. I personally am very, very favourite of this last style that we've just built, but like 4 nice different styles that we can do for spinners. I also really like style 1. That's really nice. If we do this on a proper console, so one that I'm doing it a hacky way, which is to divide down the count by a fixed amount. That's all. So if we do software progress test, this is how it looks on a proper console. Which if we... hard to see with the banner. Oh, sorry. Let me put this further down in the middle of my screen then, and there we go. So, the problem with trying to do this based on like the refresh rate of the TTY or something is display is only called whenever we've got a step of progress by doing ++bar, which runs through the update sequence, and then once it calculates the new amount, etc., it does display and makes the bar. Which I don't think is actually really much of a problem. If we try this using the real program, /prog read 0 flash bin, that's what it looks like now. It's a little bit on the fast side for the ticker the way it is, but I'm actually gonna turn that down a bit in speed, because that's... yeah. But I can't really pause that. I'm also going to see what Style 1 looks like on a real console, because I think that will be a much better test of Style 1 than on the VS Code one. Because this terminal emulator is much better, it's much more proper in terms of its emulation. And it doesn't use an entire CPU core to do everything. It's very smooth and nice though, like, oh, this is good. Also, this should work with... kind of. Yeah, so I know that that is because I'm not properly handling, in display here, I'm not properly handling if the update has, messed up the, like, if we would shrunk, then we have to do special stuff. And if we grow them, we're fine. I was thinking about that. What happens if you Control-C it and, like, adding a control endpoint that resets the state of FlashProg? So that you can then, when you connect in, you say, whatever you were doing, forget about it, go back to idle. Because that is painful. Save for that last character, that looks great. I think we found the style and look. It's style 1, but I need to fix this last one is the wrong character at the moment. As you can see. So this is... Oh, those are in a different part of the alphabet. Oh, is this Braille patterns? These are Braille patterns, aren't they? Yeah, 283D, and then... So this is one of the ones you've picked, which is good. That's another of them. Mm-hmm. Ah, there she is. 281F. Now it's in the right half of the character. There we go. I like that. It's also a really nifty use of Braille. Not at all how it was intended to be used, but you know what? I like it. Let's put progress and don't need that now. And that. I can close that, I can close that. Now... we don't actually need the smoothing factor or the VMA DN stuff. Which... and I don't know that if we even need last count. I think that can go too. That still builds. That's good. Okay. We add those back into the repo. Stage selected. Revert that bit, because we don't need to do the building of that program anymore. We can discard progress test. And then we can stage that. Stage that and stage that. Implemented proper progress bars for long operations. So if we then also do the same, let's use the smart thing here. So if we do progress bar T bar is erasing chip. Oh, right. I've got a problem here. I actually need to put in a mode where the total is unknown. and total needs to become a stud optional. You know, I think I'm going to do that off stream, because you've seen me fight progress bars enough today. We've got reading working cleanly. It's been 5 hours. I wanted to start trying to write the write support, so we can start sending data to the flash chips and seeing what happens. But honestly, I think that I can save for another stream. We'll do that another day. We got the main goal of the stream done, which was debugging the read side of things. We got that working, and we've made it nice even. Because, like, that's just so much better than what we had. So, with that, let's see, next stream should be a... Ooh, now that's a question. Would you like to see me work on VUSB and try and fix some of the horrible bugs? Because I have got quite a few of them that I now know about, with the view to upstreaming that work. Or would you like to see me tearing into the PDI protocol stuff now that we've got captures of that working? Because between streams I have been working really quite hard on getting PDI torn apart and figured out some. Or would you like to see me work on the keyboard some more? Noting, this is what a PDI trace looks like, and my machine's currently analyzing it. We've got raw readback, where we can see, okay, the JTAG stream is this, it decodes, the PDI stream inside of it has this form, etc. So this is a whole load of extra work I've done to figure out, like, pulling out the PDI data and then decoding that into some usable format, slowing the data rates down to create reasonable traces that are complete, and so this has been a whole thing. And we need to tear into this and start trying to figure out how to implement how what it does works, document it, and then hand that documentation off to another person to clean room implement this. And the next thing I've got to do is do a debug session on the board, and recording what I do, exactly what state everything was in as I go through the debug session, and then I can then tear apart the VCD that comes out the other end. So that could be an interesting stream. Either trying to figure out from the PDI data what was going on stream, or actually doing the whole process on stream. Yeah. I've got a few things that we could work on. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a stream on either tomorrow, if Aki is okay with that, or possibly Monday after, in the evening again. And that will be on this VCD stuff. And then the next Saturday stream, I think I want to do VUSB. I want to fix the VUSB bugs, because these have been annoying me for like 2 weeks now that I know about them. Well, the most recent tranche have been annoying me for 2 weeks. The other ones have been annoying me for a few months. And then after that, I think will be another MX keyboard stream, maybe. And then another one on SPIFlashProgrammer. Yeah, I think that's a plan. With that, thank you all for watching. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you next time at the... Well, look out for the notification. It will either be tomorrow or Monday. Bye for now.